It is like hearing a crow's call during a wedding ceremony. Huh.
Excellent! Yes. Good!
In life, don't be a pawn. In metalwork, don't be a needle.
About the Smallville set. The fights, tensions, temper tantrums, and everything about the show's cast, including all of the details you haven't heard about Allison Mack, Smallville's NXIVM ties, and the contrasting information from other cast members about their relationships with Allison Mack. Later in the
In life, don't be a pawn. In metalwork, don't be a needle.
Excellent.
Keeper, money's on the table.
Banquet steward, more wine.
Hey, big and small. Hey, little goldfish here. Take a few or take a lot. Even the nobles in town buy.
Hey, got one. Yeah. Good. You got it. Pack it. Pack it. Hey. Yeah. Good. Good. You got it. Pack it.
Master,
Pack it.
I'll have
Keep.
a portion of each. 10 fragrance plums, hawthorn cake, rimed fruit, smiling blossom, and citron slices.
Uncle, one bowl of sesame dumplings, please.
Excellent. Kaifeng is so bustling.
Keeper, money's on the table.
Banquet steward, more wine.
portion of each. 10 fragrance plums, hawthorn cake, rhyme fruit, smiling blossoms, and citron slices.
Last time I told Dad I wanted to learn fire breathing, he spanked my bottom till it bloomed. How did he do that? So magical.
Sweet drinks to soothe the heart and brighten the eyes.
Need to figure out.
A total of 81 and 37 went.
Hey ho! Anything to drink?
Blind as a bat.
Where's my ladder? Where'd that tall ladder go? Hey, you there! Mind giving me a hand?
Don't you see? You gotta help her this time.
Strategic retreat!
Let's start as it used to be. Naughty, disobedient children should be hung up and beaten. Start as it used to be. Naughty, disobedient children should be hung up and beaten. Naughty, disobedient children should be hung up and beaten.
One side, darkness. Sentries unfold to one end.
Kick a Keaton 300 meters away!
Strategic retreat.
so many guards. Is this a plot?
Today's performance features the renowned Zhue Zeta and Pretty Twig. Don't miss this spectacular show. New play debuting, adapted from The Flying Dragon Chronicles, and by the esteemed Minister Zhao. Starting soon, hurry and get your tickets.
These are Little Foo's footprints. Looks like she went that way.
The video will also cover what Mac is doing today, including her new marriage, her upcoming interviews and podcast series, and her attempt to re-enter the public eye. So sit back, relax, grab a drink and a snack, and let's dive in to the cults, crimes, and drama of Smallville. As I just said in the intro, there's a lot to cover with Smallville and the Smallville cast. A lot of people, when they think of the headlines of the Smallville cast, they automatically think of Allison Mack due to the absolutely huge story that her crimes became. But the Smallville cast are in similar territory to the That 70s Show cast because nearly every one of them has made headlines at some point for arrests, and all three leads, Kristen Kruk, Erica Durant, and Allison Mack, were all at one point in their life involved in cults. In fact, Kristen Kruk is who brought Allison Mack into NXIVM. In fact, if you go through the list of who was in the main cast for season 1 and season 2, those people in the credits, there are 7 people who were in both of those seasons, and over half of them were arrested. With Smallville going for 10 years, half of which was on the WB and the other half was on the CW, the show had a lot of ups and downs, a lot of issues around pay, issues around on-set tensions. So we'll not only be covering the cast of the show, but also lots of stories from the set, things that happened on the show that have come out years later, and some stories from people I spoke to over the years who worked with the cast members. So in case you don't know, Smallville premiered on the WB on October 16th, 2001, and this was right in the peak of Buffy and Charmed and Angel. The show's first 5 seasons ran on the WB, and then it was one of the few shows to be a tentpole show the WB transferred onto the new network they were forming with UPN that was called the CW. And so from September 2006, Smallville aired on the CW starting with season 6. It was the biggest show at the time to transfer because Supernatural was still very new, like basically in its 2nd season when the CW started. One Tree Hill was quite big, but it wasn't close to Smallville, and a lot of the other shows that transferred, like Charmed and Seventh Heaven, that were their main well-known shows, they were actually only given one more season in hopes that they'd bring people over to this new network. And that's why the 8th season of Charmed is so weird, and season 7 seems like it should have been the end. And they even had all that stuff with budget issues, and literally, figuratively, and in real life, put their main cast members, some of them, on ice because they couldn't afford to pay them anymore because they shrank the budget so much. But I have a lot more about that in my Charmed video. Smallville, right from the beginning, was a huge, huge success for the WB. As I was saying, One Tree Hill, like they were getting around 3 million whenever they transferred to the CW, but Smallville, they were getting over 5 million, and that was halfway through their run. 5 years they'd been on the air and they were still getting those numbers. The show was so immediately successful that the showrunners Al Gock and Miles Miller were told, "We aren't giving you a blank check, but spend what you need to continue to make this show a success." Last video I spoke about The Vampire Diaries being the highest viewed pilot for the CW in 2009 with just under 5 million viewers. But when Smallville premiered on the WB, it was the biggest premiere they'd ever had and was the highest rated at 8.5 million people in 2001. They did spend a lot of money to make sure the pilot was as good as it can be, and up until Lost, that premiered 2 years after Smallville, Smallville was the most expensive pilot according to Tom Welling and Michael Rosenbaum. And speaking of Lost, actually, Evangeline Lilly used to be an extra on Smallville, and she's in like tons of different episodes before she was on Lost. And there's another wild story about her, and she's also allegedly in a cult too, but I will talk about her and Erica Durant and a kind of cool story about them later in the video. As I also said in the intro, when Smallville premiered, comic book TV shows weren't really a thing. Like, yes, there had been comic book shows before, even back to George Reeves' Superman, and there was the Adam West Batman, there was in the 90s Lois and Clark, but they were few and far between. In fact, comic book movies weren't even really a thing because Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man didn't come out till a year after Smallville. And at the time, even Marvel didn't really see the value in their characters for TV or the movies. Marvel at the time was so small, it was sharing an office with a balloon company, and they ended up selling the license to their most valuable character at the time, Spider-Man, for 8 million, which is crazy to think about how small of a number that is for what Spider-Man would be valued at today. Smallville, of course, is the story of Clark Kent before he became Superman, and the show starts with Clark Kent living with his adoptive parents, Jonathan and Martha Kent, in Smallville, Kansas, where Clark is attending Smallville High. Clark Kent himself was played by Tom Welling, the only man I've ever had a crush on, and when Welling was cast, he was very green to acting. He had only appeared in a few episodes of Judging Amy, that was pretty much all his experience, and on that set, he had to be taught what like a mark was and things like that. So when Smallville was cast, he had very little experience, which that kind of lent itself to the character. Welling famously had a no flights, no tights clause in his contract that he wouldn't don Superman's iconic suit in the show. They really did stretch this in later seasons when he was like running around in like a rip-off version of the costume and like even had the emblem on his chest and going by the blur. But like all CW shows, they start off with great promise, they putter around too long, and then they devolve into lunacy. Although, funnily enough, the one time you do see him in costume, albeit it's not the whole thing, that scene was actually written by Tom Welling, who was an executive producer by this stage. This is a spoiler alert. Jump forward like 15 seconds if you don't want to hear like a spoiler. I think it's kind of like an obvious spoiler. It's not really going to taint your viewing experience if you've never seen this show, but in case you're like super don't want to know any spoilers. But at the very end of the show, he goes up to the roof of the Daily Planet and in like the classic Superman style rips his shirt and you see the full like proper suit underneath, and that's how the show ends. But you do see the suit at other points like in the last season, and there is like a few really quick flashes of him in it, but you really do at no point see him in the entire suit, like full top to bottom. And that was kind of the point of the show. But I do think that was a good ending. The WB and CW certainly did try to get Welling in the suit though, as even in season 1, Tom Welling has spoken about how he received a script just like any other script, and they actually had him in costume flying around. He didn't elaborate on this, and as someone who like really loved Smallville and watched it a lot, he was saying this was in season 1, so I'm assuming this would have to be like some sort of like dream sequence or fantasy or something like that, because there just would be no logical point why he in like a freshman year of high school would be in the Superman suit. So I'm assuming that was what it was supposed to be, but Welling reminded them of this clause in his contract and they took it out and then didn't broach the topic again. There was also kind of the opposite of this as well, meaning that the writers and showrunners a lot of the time had their hands tied by the licensing of certain characters and storylines from DC Comics, because the TV shows, especially on the CW, run into this, that they don't want certain characters or storylines used on TV because they want them used in the movies. And mostly like casual fans aren't really going to know this. So there does develop like a lot of frustrations as to why they aren't showing people like Bruce Wayne Batman, or why someone like Lois Lane is only brought in for like small amounts of time in a few episodes, but later down the road they obviously were allowed to use Lois a lot more. They did try and get around a lot of these things too, like they weren't allowed to use Bruce Wayne Batman. They tried to use him several times, so when they kept being denied, because that was when Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy was being made, they just ended up making the Green Arrow, who was played by Justin Hartley, pretty much into the character and what they were going to do with the Bruce Wayne character in Smallville. So with Tom Welling in the leading role, the rest of the cast was rounded out by Kristen Crook as Lana Lang, Michael Rosenbaum as Lex Luthor, Allison Mack as Chloe Sullivan, Sam Jones III as Pete Ross, John Schneider as Jonathan Kent, and Annette O'Toole as Martha Kent. And actually, Annette O'Toole played the original Lana Lang in the Christopher Reeve Superman movies. When Christopher Reeve later guest starred in Smallville, there was actually plans to have him and Annette in a scene together, but it just didn't work out schedule-wise. Eric Johnson was also in the first season of the show as Whitney Foreman, but he was later written out of the show, just not anything to do with him, just his character had kind of ran its course, and the actor spoke about being let go from the show after one season when the show was such a huge success and how kind of devastating that was. Other cast members that came later and played larger parts over the year were Jonathan Glover as Lionel Luthor. He only guest starred in the first season. Erica Durance as Lois Lane, and Justin Hartley as Oliver Queen, the Green Arrow. There is actually an unaired pilot of Smallville that I'll put clips in, and there's a few like different scenes. The main difference is like a lot of the special effects aren't done, which that happens when you get like, even if you get copies, you're like a reviewer or something like that, and you get screeners, you will not see like the finished special effects a lot of the time. But in this, the other difference mainly, and why they like reshot a lot of it, was because Annette O'Toole didn't originally play Martha Kent. There was a woman named Cynthia Ettinger that played her originally. As I said, Smallville was huge when it came out, and I remember all of the promotional material, especially the ones of Tom Welling where he's in like the strung up on the cross with his shirt off and just like boxers on and the kryptonite necklace. And I mean, I felt like that was everywhere, but I also was 14 and the like exact demo market for it. And it's even crazier to think that I was 14 at the time, and Clark, Lana, Chloe, all of them in the show, Tom Welling basically, is supposed to be playing a 14-year-old. And I know the CW and WB like this, that's the joke about them, like they always have grown men and women playing teenagers, but Tom Welling and I are 10 years apart, and he certainly didn't look like anyone I was in high school with. But the pilot took a month to film and cost over $12 million, which in 2001 is absolutely insane. And as I said, it was the most expensive pilot until Lost came out in I don't think you'd be seeing that sort of money being spent on the CW today anyway. There are a lot of differences between how these shows in the late 90s and early 2000s were made and how they're made now. Shows like Smallville, they were shot on film, and Smallville was shot on film all the way up to season 7. And it just makes the whole shooting process a lot longer. You're having to change the reels, everything like that, the whole transporting it, because Smallville was filmed in Vancouver, which started this bit of a trend of these CW superhero shows being shot in Vancouver. And so you have these big reels that you're having to actually physically transport from Vancouver to LA to then be edited there. And that whole process of all the film, everything just takes so much longer than digital. I mean, even the transporting today, you can either have it on a thumb drive or send it electronically in like a second. And the reel, like, they are absolutely massive. This is a reel for a trailer. This is the Hunger Games trailer that's like 2 minutes and 20 seconds long, and that's how big it is. So think about an episode of TV that's 45 minutes and they're like a lot bigger, and you're shooting multiple takes, all of those things, and having to go through like all of the reels, splice it together. And so shows like Smallville took 13 days to shoot one episode, whereas today, much of these CW shows, they will shoot one of them in a week. There was such chaos during the first season of the show, and they were on such a time crunch that there even was moments where crew were let go, and there was a director who left midway through an episode, that this caused episodes to be not finished, and then they had to finish them over time and slot them in elsewhere in the season. There's an episode in season 1 called Jitters that Tony Todd, Candyman, guest stars in. That was actually supposed to be the 3rd episode of the show, but the director left, and it ended up taking 3 months instead of the 13 days to finish. And so they just slotted it in later down the season. And there are some storylines in it that kind of don't make sense a little bit. But there's other episodes they had to do this for as well. In season 2, there's an episode that they kind of had just waiting because they ended up finishing it. They knew it wasn't a strong episode, and so they kind of held it so that they could slot it in when they knew they were up against like a strong competition. And so they released the episode the night of one of the State of the Union addresses. So we're going to get into discussing the cast, but just one other thing to mention about how the show was made that impacted the cast and crew a lot was how these shows were basically ordered. Yes, there are still a lot of shows that do get 22, 24 episode seasons, but that was absolutely the norm in the late 90s and early 2000s. Smallville usually had a 22 episode season, and a few years prior, Buffy had coined the kind of phrase monster of the week, and those would be episodes that they would kind of be self-contained plots where Buffy would go and fight a monster, and you could kind of watch this episode in isolation and not have to have seen the one prior, the one after. And there also wasn't a huge amount of plot for the whole season's overarching storyline. And then Charmed and other shows like that kind of followed this format. And with Smallville, they coined this freak of the week because a lot of the earlier episodes would have a lot of students or other people in Smallville that had been affected by the meteor rocks that came to Earth when Clark Kent landed in his spaceship. It sounds wild, but the meteor rocks, a lot of people were like, why is this impacting them all like 10 years after he comes to Earth? But, you know, we don't think about those things. And a lot of those characters would have some sort of power, and it would be this one episode with this one antagonist that Clark fights against, you know, saves the day, and it all ties it up in a bow kind of in that one episode. And yes, like a lot of people talk about those Freak of the Week episodes or Monster of the Week episodes being filler episodes because it is such a big order of 22 hours of TV between the early October to May. But another thing that people don't really mention as much is that at this time, we didn't really have any way of watching these shows unless you were sitting there on a Tuesday night at 8 p.m. and you were going to watch the new episode of Smallville. And yes, they would rerun it like down the line. But if you miss that new episode that week, you might not see that episode for like 6 months, really. Like it might even be longer. And TiVo came out in 99. Some people had it. I didn't know anyone who had TiVo for quite a while. And yes, we had VHS, but you really had to be a ride or die fan to be programming your VHS to record it. And some people didn't even know how to do that or didn't have a VHS. And those things too, like when a new season came out, you wouldn't get the VHS or later the DVDs for a long time. And so all of the networks had actually worked out that even regular viewers of the show were only watching like 1 in every 4 episodes. So you couldn't have an episode every week that was super heavy and super plot driven. And that's also why a lot of the shows from that time and before that, they do have much more filler than these very concise, 8 episodes runs of like Succession and Breaking Bad, because people are tuning in. And also there is the ability to TiVo it, catch up on it. Like I don't even have live TV. So people binge watch all of those things. It just was so different then. The show ran for 10 seasons in total, ending in 2011, and there was only 2 main cast members that were there from the beginning to the end, and those were Tom Welling and Allison Mack. Although there were a few episodes in the 10th season that Allison Mack doesn't appear in due to being otherwise occupied, which we'll of course get into in just a bit. As I mentioned, Tom Welling prior to Smallville had very little experience. He just had a 6-episode guest star on Judging Amy, and then prior to that, he'd been a model for Abercrombie, Tommy Hilfiger, and a bunch of other brands. He actually used to do shoots for Abercrombie with Ashton Kutcher. Tom Welling did not do a huge amount of work outside of the show when he was on it, or really even after, because when he was on the show, he was in nearly every scene. And as I said, they were doing long days. They took 13 days to shoot an episode, and those 13 days might be 14 hours each. And with being in every scene, he was constantly on set. So in the hiatus during the summer, he did projects like early on in the show, and then they kind of tailed off. He did movies like Cheaper by the Dozen, Cheaper by the Dozen 2, and The Fog. And then after Smallville, he did do a few movies like Draft Day and had a recurring role on Lucifer for 2 seasons. But today, most of his work is again like centered around Smallville, as he does do a lot of conventions, and he also has a Smallville rewatch podcast with Michael Rosenbaum called Talkville. I watched a lot of this podcast to make this video, and as I said, I loved Smallville when I was growing up, and I say this about a lot of rewatch podcasts, but I just really hate when you can tell like the only motivation is a financial one. And I'm of course not saying that can't be a factor. Like, of course they're working, like they want to be paid for it. But I think when you compare it to other shows like Office Ladies, which is kind of the one that was very popular, that most people who were on a popular show saw how lucrative it was for them and how popular it was. And then that's where all the other iterations came from. Not that Office Ladies was the first, but it was certainly the biggest. And when you compare Talkville and Office Ladies, like they could not be further apart. Michael Rosenbaum, actually mentioning Office Ladies, is like really good friends with James Gunn, who used to be married to Jenna Fisher, who's Pam from The Office, which I always find that so weird. But Office Ladies, like obviously the financial motivation is there too. They've talked on the show about how they wanted to do the podcast so they could make money and have it as a career, and not going and shooting a show for 14 hours a day or going and shooting on location for months, because they both had kids that they wanted to have a job they could go in and kind of go home from and not do super long days. So that financial motivation is fine. But when you listen to that show, you can tell straight away that those two women, one, love the show that they were on, love the fans, love each other, and that they put so much work into it. And I think that's why their show is so successful compared to other rewatch podcasts, and how other rewatch podcasts like don't come close to touching what they've been able to do, because the quality just isn't there with a lot of the other rewatch podcasts. And you see that reflected in both how lucrative it is for them, but also in the numbers, because Office Ladies just got bigger and bigger, whereas a lot of these other shows, they start off with a lot of promise, but then they kind of tail off because a lot of the rewatch podcasts kind of watch the episode and summarize it, have a bit of a moan about something, and then plug like a million sponsors and other things, when the people who are listening to the podcast are your most ride or die fans. They've seen the show, they know the storyline in and out, and they want to hear other things that isn't just kind of the synopsis. They've had a lot of guest stars on the podcast, and when they had John Schneider on, who played Jonathan Kent, they were speaking about how taxing the schedule was on Tom Welling, and John Schneider spoke about how they actually didn't have any drivers for the cast in the beginning of the show, which that is normal for the CW and the WB, but other shows, like even Showtime shows, Grey's Anatomy, The L Word, like all of them, even people who are like guest stars and stuff, they will have drivers. And Smallville, none of them did. And Tom Welling was doing these 14-hour days, and then he had an hour commute each way. So John Schneider and the rest of the cast went to the network and asked to get him a driver. And I mentioned in my last video about the Vampire Diaries that the CW didn't learn from this, because one of the main casts from Riverdale ended up actually getting in a wreck when he was driving home from set. One season into the show, Tom Welling married his first wife, Jamie White, and they were married for 13 years from 2002 to 2015. But Tom Welling did start dating his second wife 2 years before he got divorced in 2013. And they've even posted about this on like Instagram and stuff for their 10-year anniversary in November 2023. Welling said that it was actually the ending of the show that contributed to his first divorce, because they were really young when they got married, and then he was always so busy with work that they didn't spend a ton of time together. So when the show ended, they realized they changed and weren't really compatible anymore. In 2019, Tom Welling married his second wife, Jessica Rose Lee, who's an equestrian and founder of like a lifestyle brand called Saddle Club. So they got together in 2013, got engaged in 2019, got married, and then now they have 2 sons. Tom Welling is very private and doesn't really discuss his personal life much. He and his wife live on a ranch, and he did have an incident that he has talked about on the podcast, but like very vague details about how he fell unconscious at the DMV and was hospitalized for a portion of time. This was like quite recently, like within the last 2 years. He didn't like say specific times, and the way he spoke about it, it sounded like a mild heart attack, but that's purely me speculating. He didn't speak about it until he had recovered and said he's now better and like doing what he can to be healthy. But Welling did make headlines earlier this year in January when he was arrested for driving under the influence on his wife's birthday. He was arrested by the police in Eureka, California at 12:09, booked at 2:10, and then he was released at 7:07 local time on the Sunday. In May, it was reported that he pleaded to a misdemeanor and had fines and restitution and a DUI program and then 1 year of probation. But then in June, the charges were dismissed. Tom Welling has spoken about having a bad temper and times that he blew up on the Smallville set, and he has gone into details about this on his podcast as well. As I said, he doesn't go into a lot of details with his wife and things like that, but I did come across one post from social media that just absolutely infuriated me, and it was that they themselves filmed and shared, and it was him in a car driving and his wife was in the passenger seat, and there was like a song on the radio that the wife was singing along to, and she was like singing a line, and then it became clear like she didn't know the rest of the words, and she just says the N-word and then uploads it. And I know there'll be some people that will say, oh, she's singing a song. I don't care. That is just to do that and then to upload it. Like, I just cannot, like, I have no tolerance or patience for that whatsoever. And I know that isn't something that has been like reported a lot of places and things, but I always want to give you all of the context that I can for these videos. With Tom Welling and Allison Mack being the only cast members who remained for the entire run of the show, it was the end of season 7 where there were a lot of major changes and shakeups, and that was with the cast and behind the scenes, because not only did Michael Rosenbaum and Kristen Crook leave the show at the end of season 7, although Kristen Crook came back for like a few episodes in season 8 to like tie up her storyline, but the original showrunners Al Goch and Miles Miller left the show as well. They did all extend their original deals for 1 season because the CW and WB, like, they normally do contract people for most of the cast anyway for 6 seasons, and so they all fulfilled their original contracts, and then there's normally like a sort of thing built in that they can re-up for like another year, and they all did that. But whenever Michael Rosenbaum was discussing about whether he was going to have another like renewal option, he ended up meeting with like one of the heads of the network, and he was offered the same money that he got for season 7, and so he decided not to renew and to leave the show. He has spoken about this on the podcast as well, and not being happy with the finances that he was getting through the show and how that like really contributed to his exit. But he has also spoken about returning for a very, very, very short scene in the series finale. And this was a touch and go thing at the time when it was happening as to whether he would come back, because there was a lot of fighting about money and him coming back and whether that was going to happen or not. But I did hear, and I don't know whether this is true because it does sound a bit like hyping Tom Welling up, because he was an executive producer at this time. And again, like, I don't know whether this is 100% fact, but people have reported that Tom Welling, took a portion of his executive producer fee to pay some of the fee for Michael Rosenbaum to appear. But I don't know whether that's true. I think that it might be more likely that Tom Welling helped like negotiate because he was an executive producer at this stage, but it's not something completely unheard of or that wouldn't happen. And him and Michael Rosenbaum like are friends. He was an executive producer, so he was like involved with how the show was turning out, and he was making a shitload of money by the end. Well, he's making a shitload of money the whole way through. But once you get that executive producer credit, you're basically being paid twice. And executive producers, that's where the real money is. After leaving Smallville, Michael Rosenbaum has done like some voiceover work for cartoons. He did have one show on TV Land that ran for 2 seasons called Impastor, where he played the main character and was an executive producer. That ran from 2015 to 2016. And since that stage, he has done a few other bits of voiceover work, but from that point, the majority of what he's doing is Smallville Con's Smallville Rewatch podcast. And then he does also have another podcast and Patreon that started in 2018 that's called Inside of You, and he interviews mostly celebrities for that show, and his first guest on that was Tom Welling. In season 4, Erica Durance joined the show as Lois Lane.
I'll be right back.
Wait. Who are you?
Lois. Lois Lane.
This was one of Erica Durance's first roles ever, but she did actually work on Smallville in a different way prior to season 4. She used to actually cast background actors and the photo doubles and stand-ins for people like Tom Welling and Kristen Kirk and Allison Mack prior to her being on the show. When she was cast as Lois Lane, there were a ton of restrictions around the use of the character, and that obviously affected Erica being on the show. And it was a really big deal that they even got to use Lois Lane in the first place, as they originally denied that they would be able to use the character for the first several seasons. Then when they were allowed to use Lois Lane, there was certain things things that they were allowed to do and a lot of things that they weren't. They didn't want the Lois and Clark characters, they weren't allowed to do any sort of romantic entanglements, and there were even restrictions around their physical touching. They weren't allowed to kiss or anything like that. There are a few episodes where things would happen, like Clark would be affected by red kryptonite, which removes his inhibitions and causes like reckless behavior, and they'd have Clark like hook up with people he usually wouldn't, or there'd be things like dream sequences in the show, or people would be possessed. And so the DC Comics people foresaw stuff like this and even put in like you can't have some sort of dream sequence where Clark and Lois hook up. Like they are not allowed to be in any way romantic together. And obviously the majority of people watching the show knew that Clark and Lois are going to end up together. So I think in a way that kind of helped with like the fan excitement because you knew it was coming, but they held it back for a long time. There's even episodes where it kind of looks a bit weird because they were so strict on stuff like the physical contact. And there's like an episode in, I think it's in season 4, where one of like Clark's girlfriends, like not like a serious one, Alicia, passes away, and Lois like doesn't hug him when you would think any other character would. It's why if you see like videos or compilations for Clois, Clark and Lois, there is a majority of the stuff that is just like longing looks, or like there's this really famous dunk tank scene, which I'll talk about in a minute because of Allison Mack, but it's like Lois running up and like ruffling Clark's hair because in the beginning, that's kind of all they had. I think Erica Durance is a fantastic Lois Lane. She probably is my favorite Lois Lane, which maybe that's strong words and crazy to say, but I just loved how she played the character. And even though when they got Lois Lane on the show, they had all these restrictions with like romantic relationships and all the other ones, they were just really happy to have Lois Lane on Smallville because in the very beginning, when they were coming up with the show and like the concept, the creators were actually told, you will never get Lois Lane on your WB show. So even though they were only allowed to use her for a few episodes in the beginning, they were just happy they got the clearance. The way they were able to bring Lois into the show while Clark was still in high school and in Smallville and not in Metropolis at the Daily Planet is through the character of Chloe, played by Allison Mack. And they actually completely invented Chloe for the Smallville show. She's an original character to the show. We're going to put a very large pin in Allison Mack, as clearly there is a lot to cover there. I mean, not just that she's just got out of prison for her cult, but she also just got married. So we'll get back to her in just a second. But the character of Chloe, they made it canon from pretty early on in the show that Lois Lane was Chloe's cousin. And this was mentioned like at random times throughout the show to kind of keep it in the back of people's minds. So a light Smallville spoiler, at the very end of season 3, they pretend to kill off the character of Chloe. And that's kind of like the cliffhanger of the end of the season. And in season 4, when they pick up, they really wanted people to believe Allison Mack and Chloe were gone from the show. They even removed Allison Mack from the credits. And the show's creators thought this would be like a really good opportunity to bring Lois in. And again, they were told no originally, but they did eventually get the okay, and they got the okay for 4 episodes only. And with them allowing Lois to be used pretty last minute, that meant that they only cast Erica Durance 3 days before they filmed the episode. They managed to get this bumped from 4 episodes to 13, and it remained 13 through a lot of the remaining seasons. It's really only the last 2 seasons that Erica Durance Durance is in more than 13. Season 4, 5, and 6, she did 13. She did 12 in season 7 and 8. And then in season 9, she did 18. And only in the 10th and final season did she finally be allowed to appear in every episode of the 22 episodes. But the only reason they were really allowed to continue keeping her is because they liked Erica Durance's performance so much as Lois Lane, and even the people at like the network in DC really thought she did a great job, and that's how they got around the restraints pretty much. As I said, it's pretty crazy that Erica was cast on the show, given that she was doing casting for the show, and also the fact that I mentioned Evangeline Lilly earlier. Erica Durance actually cast Evangeline Lilly as a background actor on the show. And Evangeline Lilly, her career is absolutely wild because she pretty much went from being a background actor on Smallville in 2002, 2003. Then the next year in 2004, she's cast in Lost. Lost comes out in September 2004, the most expensive pilot of all time. And that show is like the biggest show in the world. So she goes from like being a background actor to being on the biggest show in the world in a leading role. She does that for 6 years. In that time that she's on Lost, she makes 2 movies, one of which is The Hurt Locker, which got nominated for tons of Oscars. And the director, Catherine Bigelow, was the first woman to win an Oscar, beating out her ex-husband, James Cameron. And after Lost ends, she does Real Steel with Hugh Jackman, which I guess every movie can't be a winner. And then 2013, she does The Hobbit. 2014, she does The Next Hobbit. 2015, she's cast as the Wasp in Ant-Man. That is like, and then she's on obviously the Marvel train after that. That is just a crazy trajectory to go from a background actor, biggest show in the world, and then pretty much all the projects she's done is like The Hobbit and Marvel and the Oscar nominated Hurt Locker. Like she really hasn't done a lot of other projects. But also, as I mentioned earlier, this is just stuff that I've heard this in general chatter, and a few people, just like friends that still are like working in the industry, have said, and this is a massive, massive allegedly, that Evangeline Lilly is in some sort of cult, but I haven't looked into the details of that. And I know we're on a bit of a tangent now, but she was technically in Smallville, so we are still on track here, but maybe that's a topic for another day. I will look into it more, but I did just find that was maybe worth mentioning. Erica Durance actually was wanted for a role on Lost, but she couldn't do it because she got Smallville. And originally she thought that she kind of had made a mistake because originally they only wanted her for 4 episodes and the part on Lost was for a lot more. But she didn't really go into specific details about what part specifically this was. It must have been something after season 1 because Lost came out in 2004 and she was cast on Smallville in 2005. But she did briefly talk about it on the Talkville podcast with Tom Welling and Michael Rosenbaum. Originally, when Erica was going on the audition for Smallville, she called her agent and wasn't going to go through with the audition because she was so sure they were going to cast someone from LA rather than a Canadian like herself. She had to get the approval from pretty much everyone involved to be cast, the network, the showrunners, and also Tom Welling. But she was cast, and as I said, I think she did a great job. When she arrived on set, though, not everyone was as excited as the showrunners and everybody else to have Lois on the show. Mainly the person that wasn't happy, seemingly, was Allison Mack. Erica Durance said that Allison Mack was nice to her a lot of the time, was always nice around other people, and she felt like Allison wanted to like her, but seemed very put out and a bit threatened by Erica joining the show. Most of Erica's scenes were limited to being with Tom Welling or Allison Mack, as unbelievably these restrictions around her character even extended to her not being allowed to have any, and later on only a few, scenes with Lex Luthor, and that was another character that she wasn't allowed to have any sort of like romantic relationship with. I know there's a healthy portion of my viewers who are Gen Z, so just in case you don't know, when Lois's character was being introduced on Smallville in fall 2005, there was actually the pre-production going on for Superman Returns, which is a Superman movie with Brandon Routh and Kate Bosworth, who played Lois Lane. And that movie came out in June 2006. So there actually were discussions at that time for Tom Welling to play Superman at one stage. Not sure how serious they were, but there was sketches done by Alex Ross, who's a pretty famous comic book artist, that had Tom Welling in the classic Superman suit. That movie coming out was why they wanted to put a lot of restrictions on. And before that movie was actually being done, there was another script by J.J. Abrams and McG, and that ended up interfering a lot in the show too, because there's an episode where they show like flashbacks where like Clark has like flashbacks in his head for when he was a baby being put in the spaceship and Krypton explodes. And that's been like the mythos of Krypton forever. Like Krypton explodes, baby Kal-El comes to Earth. And apparently this J.J. Abrams and McG script had Krypton not exploding. So the showrunners of Smallville had like all these back and forth arguments with Warner Brothers because they were like, oh, you can't explode Krypton because we're not going to explode Krypton in this movie that isn't even being made yet. They were like fighting them with their own mythology. So that's the sort of like lunacy that you're dealing with, because it wasn't just the Lois character. Like they constantly went through this back and forth. And as I said, they were trying to use Bruce Wayne and Batman and things like that. And Wonder Woman was another one they tried to use a bunch, but were always told no. Erica Durant said a lot of the time Allison Mack would make comments here and there that were quite cutting and mean. And she said that there was always a lot of tension from Allison's side between them. Erica Durant and Kristen Crook became very good friends, which is interesting because Kristen Crook was good friends with Allison and brought Allison into NXIVM. And Erica and Allison just never had like a really great relationship. But Erica did mention briefly that, especially in the beginning, the issues with Erica may have come from the fact that Allison Mack thought that she was going to play the role of Lois. And I know that sounds kind of weird, as obviously she was playing Chloe on the show, but at one stage there was thought of Chloe actually being Lois, that she'd have to change her name or something in the future. The showrunners did toss this idea around when they were conceiving the show, as they thought it might be a good workaround for the no Lois rule. See, all of the context is important, but this was never really anything they seriously considered after they started casting the show and they were shooting the show, because actually they weren't even going to cast a white actress as Chloe originally until Allison Mack auditioned, and she auditioned twice, but they liked her so much that they ended up casting her. Even though the showrunners did drop this idea, this was something that was really big in the fandom and like on forums and theories. People talked about this constantly, especially the first 3 seasons before Lois showed up. And when Smallville was airing and a few years after it, Allison Mack was the only main cast member really who did conventions. She did most of the press and she did tons of fan stuff. She posted like a lot of YouTube and social media, all very, obviously primitive then, all the website stuff. Her character even had like a web series, the Chloe Chronicles. She was like the face of Smallville with promotion and everything like that. Like nobody else really did a lot of promotion, and she would get asked about this all the time. And so even though maybe the showrunners weren't floating the idea anymore, you can kind of see how maybe she was thinking that. And a lot of people did say that this idea of playing Lois. Like, she would talk about it on panels and things like that. And she also allegedly spoke on panels about having a crush on Tom Welling originally. So you can kind of see how it all makes sense when you're hearing what Erica's saying. There is a brief scene actually that I mentioned earlier with regards to like that's really famous for Chloe's shippers. It's at the end of a season 4 episode, and Clark is on the football team at this stage. He's being coached by Jason Teague, who's played by Jensen Ackles, and Jensen Ackles was actually the other person who was the finalist for the role of Clark Kent. It was between Jensen and Tom Welling. And Jensen was a regular in season 4 and was meant to be a regular in season 5, but was written out so he could go and do Supernatural. So Clark's on the football team, and the football team are doing like some sort of like fundraising, and there's one of those dunk tanks, and Clark is sitting on the like little dunk tank chair, and Lois is like gonna throw the ball to try and hit the target to knock him down. And Jensen Ackles actually coached Erica Durance how to like throw and like hit the target. And she got it on her first try in filming, which is crazy. But there's this little scene where Lois throws it, she hits the target, and Clark falls in the dunk tank. And there's no audio, or well, there's music, there's no like dialogue or anything, and it's like slowed down a little bit, and it's just kind of Lois and Clark looking at each other, and Lois like runs over and like ruffles his hair because it's like all wet from the dunk tank, and it's cutting back between Clark, Lois, Chloe, and I mean, it's just obvious how Chloe's feeling in the scene, like the jealousy and things like that. And maybe there's some drawing of real life going on in that scene. Of course, the question everyone wants to know when it comes to Erica Durance and Allison Mack is, did Allison Mack try and recruit Erica Durance to NXIVM? And the answer is yes. Yes, she did. She tried to recruit her into NXIVM, and Erica Durance politely declined because it reminded Erica a lot of what she experienced growing up, as she was in a very, very religious group that was extremely religiously conservative. Erica hasn't actually named the group that her family was part of when she was growing up, but it's very culty. And she did mention things like her family as a unit, when she was like a small child, would go and do like janitorial work and stuff like that. So it definitely, a lot of the stuff she says, it's on those kind of lines. But due to this group religion, she actually ended up getting married at 18 to a man named Wesley Parker, who I can find practically no information on. I think there is a baseball player by this name, but it definitely isn't him from everything I can work out, just in case people think that's who it is. Just looking even at like the locations and ages, it doesn't line up, because in interviews she said like he was the same age as her and all of this, and they went to high school together, or like whatever they went to as the equivalent. And he was from where she's from in Canada. I think she was born in Calgary, but I think they were in like a small town somewhere around there. They actually got divorced less than 3 years after getting married. So they got married in 96 and divorced in 99. So Erica Durance had been divorced for around 6 years when she joined Smallville, which she was 24-ish when she joined it, playing a high schooler. So it's just kind of funny to think about being divorced for 6 years and she's playing someone that's in high school. The same year that she joined Smallville, she got married again to a man named David Palfy, who she did have children with, and she did actually get divorced from him last year. So they were married for nearly 20 years. And this is something I've heard from several people, but not something that I have like black and white proof of, or I saw myself or know is 100%. But I did hear from a lot of people that her ex-husband was very controlling and not very supportive. And it seems like a lot of people were very supportive of her moving on and not being with him anymore, because he was allegedly like quite combative and just not good for her, is what a lot of people said. And I also heard he used to argue and get into it with fans. I don't know to what capacity. I think it was on like a lot of forums and things, and a lot of those old forums are wiped out. So I'm not too sure about the details, but they are absolutely divorced, and apparently she has a new boyfriend and is happy. So that's all you can ask for. One other thing about Erica being a guest star for so long and her coming from casting is that they could pay her a lot less than someone playing a part of that caliber, like a character so important. And obviously, because she'd only be in certain episodes, then they're just paying her like a guest star rate. And then she's only in half the season at best, so she's only being paid per episode, because that's the way they do it with these shows. So she's making a lot less than everyone else. Of course, like, she's not working every episode, and I don't know how much that impacted her career, that she was being kind of held to be on this show for a whole season, but she's only in half the episodes, because most contracts, they have something called like first position, second position. And I don't know, like, if because she was a guest star, whether this would be in first position, and I'll explain what it is. But the fact that it was such a prominent character, maybe she was tied to this. So when you sign a contract, like especially if you're going to be on a WB, CW show and you're going to be a main cast member, an important character, you will sign a contract. And if it says, this is my first position, this basically means that you put this show above all else. It doesn't matter what else you're cast in. If this show is filming February 2026 and you know, the new Marvel movie you've been cast in, they wouldn't cast someone that was in first position of a show in a Marvel movie, but just for the example, it doesn't matter. You have to put this show above all else. And so I think that like the CW shows and WB ones before them, they did have like obviously their main cast in first position, but also when they have like guest stars and things signing these contracts and they're in half the season, it's not like you're in LA where, oh, I'm shooting the show this week and next week it's an episode I'm not in. I can go and do a guest appearance down here. And obviously Vancouver, there is so much more being filmed there, like The Boys and Gen V and all that film there as well. But it was a lot more sparse back then. So that could have impacted her career, but also maybe she was totally happy with doing half the season and was working plenty. I did meet Erica Durance very briefly once, and as I've said before, like I collect like a lot of autographs, as you can see, but this obviously when I met her was before we had iPhones and things like that. So usually if I have an autograph, instead of showing a picture or a clip of like a movie or something I was in with someone, that's usually what I'm showing you back there. But I will say she was incredibly nice. One of like the nicest celebrities that I've met. And I have never heard a bad word about this woman. So I think that she's come across very well from what I've heard anyway. And she's also been like very open and honest about a lot of difficult things like postpartum and depression. She also is a good actress, in my opinion. And I really love that she seems to love a lot of the work she's done. She seems to love and appreciate the shows she's on and the fans. And I'll always respect something like that. Before I move on to Allison Mack, I just very briefly want to touch on two other arrests that I haven't mentioned. Sam Jones III, who played Pete Ross on the show, and John Schneider, who played Clark's dad, Jonathan Kent. Sam Jones III was on the show as Pete Ross from season 1 through 3. So he ended up being written out of the show at the end of 2004. And he did come back for one episode in season 7 in 2008. And this episode is probably the most egregious product placement I've ever seen the CW do. And I'm going to tell you, it was Strident Gum. And I haven't seen that episode since 2008. And I'm not going to look it up, but if I'm showing you a clip of Strident Gum, that's how embedded in my mind it was, because it was just an hour ad. It wasn't an episode of TV. Sam Jones III is probably quite a familiar face to a lot of millennials. He was in movies like Glory Road and on shows like Seventh Heaven, Bones, Saved by the Bell, The New Class. And he also had a recurring role on ER, love ER, from his time after Smallville. He was on ER from 2005 to 2009. From 2010 on, he hasn't really done much acting because he made headlines for a lot of other reasons. In 2010, Vivid Entertainment released a sex tape of him and Carissa Shannon, who was his model girlfriend at the time. Originally, Jones and Shannon tried to block the release of this, but then they struck a deal with Vivid Entertainment and the tape ended up being released. That same year, in 2010, Jones was arrested for possession of illegal substances with intent to distribute, and the substance was 10,000 oxycodone pills. He was arrested as part of a DEA sting operation, and 10,000 oxy in 2010, yes, they were a lot cheaper than today because of like all the prescription restrictions now. But even in 2010, that's like 150,000 worth of pills easy. Jones was convicted in December 2010, and in June 2011, he was sentenced to 1 year and 1 day in prison and 3 years of probation. He served a sentence starting in December 2011 and was released in October 2012 after serving 10 months. He did a few TV movies between like 2015 and 2018, but it seems today he's much more into fitness and personal training, judging by his social media anyway. John Schneider, who played Clark's dad, Jonathan Kent, was actually let go of the show at the end of season 5, and he has spoken about not being happy with that. But if you know anything about Superman, you're not going to make it to the end of the show, most likely. But he had a jail sentence which was much shorter than Sam Jones. And Schneider was, of course, very well known before Smallville. He was probably the most well known because he starred in Dukes of Hazzard. He is quite controversial and has said some very unhinged things, especially on Twitter, and even deleted a tweet where he called for some very abhorrent, violent things to happen to Joe Biden. Schneider was jailed in June 2018, even calling into Fox News to discuss his upcoming jail sentence as he wanted to explain why he was having to serve 3 days in jail. John Schneider was being jailed in 2018 because he had not paid one of his estranged wives, Elvira Castle, her alimony payment. Schneider said that he had spent all of his money repairing his studio in Louisiana, which was actually hit by a flood in 2016, and that's why he hadn't paid this particular wife her alimony. He actually ended up only serving 5 hours in jail due to overcrowding, but he was made to perform 240 hours of community service and pay the debt to his ex-wife, or he would have faced 5 years in prison. So Allison Mack. I have a video about Allison Mack, and in it I talk all about NXIVM, and I also did a video about 1.5 years ago on the WB, which was a bit more of an update and more into all the NXIVM stuff. So I'll just be talking about Allison Mack here, and more so the stuff after NXIVM, what's been happening lately. I'll also be going over a lot of stuff that hasn't made it to the mainstream and a lot of things that I've uncovered that I find very interesting. And a lot of these interesting things have to do with Allison Mack and her co-stars, as I found a lot of contrasting information about Allison Mack's relationship with her former co-stars, and when a lot of them said that they severed or ended their relationships. And we'll also be talking about everything that's happening with her now and trying to come back into the public eye. So if you want to know more about NXIVM like itself, I will leave the Allison Mack NXIVM video linked down below and the WB one. But also keep in mind that was the second video I ever did in this kind of style of long videos about the whole story, where you can watch the video if you know everything about it or nothing about it. But they will be linked down below. First half of Smallville, Allison Mack became very good friends with Kristen Crook, who played Lana Lang. And an interesting thing about how the kind of friendships were on the Smallville set and just who spent time with whom was broken down into ages pretty much, because if you look at most of the cast, they are supposed to be playing around the same age, teenagers, but Tom Welling and Michael Rosenbaum were a few years older than Allison Mack and Kristen Crook. And if they were in their 30s, like it wouldn't have really made much of a difference. But because they were still like very young, okay, they weren't 14, but Allison Mack and Kristen Crook were in like their late teens when they were cast on the show, and Tom and Michael were in their mid 20s. So that's kind of a huge difference. And even things like the women couldn't drink and stuff like that. So that's why there wasn't really any hanging out with the girls and the boys on the show at that time in the first half of the show. As I said, Smallville did film in Vancouver for its entire run, and during the 5th season, Kristen Crook joined a self-improvement group where she would go and take classes in hopes of working on herself and her confidence and just becoming a better version of herself. And this group was called NXIVM. NXIVM did many different types of classes. Most of them were intensives and over a weekend, or even some went on longer than that, multiple days, weeks, and they even did some sort of a summer camp as well. But no matter what type of class, how long it was for, it was expensive, and NXIVM charged outrageous prices, and it was pretty much an MLM where the product was yourself. The head of NXIVM was a man, or maybe not even a man, a monster called Keith Raniere, and he had had previous failed attempts at MLMs that had actually been shut down by the government, ones like Consumer Byline, and some of them were like vitamin MLMs. Being an MLM, NXIVM constantly pestered its attendees and members to recruit and invite others in to help other people. So on Kristen Crook's suggestion, Allison Mack joined NXIVM. She first went to one of the classes, like one of the intensives, over a weekend, and straight away after the class, she was taken on a private jet to New York and to meet Keith Raniere, the leader of NXIVM. NXIVM was funded, yes, primarily by a lot of the expensive courses, but they also targeted a lot of rich people, and Keith Raniere especially was bankrolled a lot by Sarah and Claire Bronfman, who were the heiresses to the Seagram fortune. This was extremely unusual that Allison Mack was immediately meeting Keith Raniere, as usually the NXIVM members were not worthy of meeting him, the Vanguard as they called him, until they had done a certain amount of courses, i.e. paid a certain amount of money. There is actually footage of Allison and Raniere meeting for the first time, and it is so creepy and weird. Allison cries, and it's clear to see what an easy mark she was at the time. I'm not like making excuses for her or anything like that, but just looking at the whole picture, most people watching probably are aware NXIVM was this self-improvement MLM type thing, but there was a much deeper and darker level. They did make a lot of money through recruitment, like traditional MLMs, but they did target very wealthy people by saying things like they were just this absolutely higher plane of existence, that they knew more than psychiatrists, and they even would say they had a cure for things like Tourette's and stuff that just absolutely, it's so wild, some of the things they claimed. But when they did target a lot of these wealthy people, it was because, yes, they had a lot of money, but they also had a lot of extra time. Most of them, especially famous actresses, would have a lot of pull and just a lot of sway and influence, because again, like a lot of this is social media, or we had very primitive social media at this stage. They would even have people that were wealthy that weren't Seagram's level or famous actress level, people like Sarah Edmondson, who she is one of the former NXIVM members that has spoken out, and she was like very instrumental in the New York Times piece that kind of broke the NXIVM story into like the general public. She's actually from like a very wealthy family. Her dad is a baron, and not only did they seek out influential and wealthy people, they got their already influential and wealthy people to go and bring in others like Kristen did to Allison. And you can see the kind of remnants of this and how much that they were kind of pressing their members to do this, because if you go to Allison's Twitter, which is wild that it is still up to this day. I just looked at it an hour ago. There are tweets from Allison to Emma Watson and Kelly Clarkson saying that she has this women's group that she'd love to tell them about. In between the tweets of Allison Mack trying to recruit Emma Watson and Kelly Clarkson, there are tweets of her doing throwback Thursdays about Smallville and talking about, when she directed and other things to do with Smallville. And again, these are in 2016, 2017. And she really, from everything I've heard and saw, she really was someone who seemed to love the show that she was on. But unfortunately, NXIVM wasn't just self-improvement. It wasn't just some sort of women's empowerment, which is what Allison Mack used to say when she would try and recruit these female celebrities, because there was a lot more going on behind the scenes at NXIVM. Hi guys, Editing Ash here. I just wanted to jump in to tell you about something pretty wild that I found, and it does kind of relate to all of this tweets and trying to rope everyone possible in, especially good-looking young women. And there was this survey that Allison Mack and Kristen Crook, they claim that they wrote this and made this, and they called it The Survey, which is very similar to how NXIVM names a lot of their stuff. They'll call it The Source, the whatever. And they ended up doing this survey, and it was when they were both on Smallville, when they were both in NXIVM, and they decided the survey was going to be targeted towards college-age women. And at the time, they were also doing a lot of other things to target young women who would be in their fan groups. And they would do things like these a cappella groups, but they were all through NXIVM. There's even videos of them on stage at an a cappella group where they've like invited fans and people like that, and there's a banner behind their head with a quote from Keith Raniere on it and even his name. And they would do lots of other promotional things because Kristen Crook was in NXIVM for 8 years, so they constantly had Allison Mack and Kristen Crook doing all these promotional things. And this survey that they did was around in 2006, 7, and 8, and the website has been completely taken down, and it's even been erased from the Wayback Machine. Like, you cannot find it anywhere, but there is a video of the CW source promoting it. So when you like zoom in, you can get like a, little bit of a blurry screenshot, and the video is still there, which is what I'm showing you. And when you look at some of these questions, definitely as someone who is looking at it with hindsight from NXIVM and how they wanted control and all of that stuff, there's questions like, would you drink your own vomit for $100? Would you do it if it was dog vomit? And all these really weird things. And there's a lot of questions, from what I can see anyway, around money. And you may think, oh, maybe you're jumping to too many conclusions, that just because it's Crook and Mack and just because they're doing all of these groups with the same sort of target audience that is supported by NXIVM and Raniere, all this other stuff. Maybe it isn't NXIVM. Maybe they just really were doing a survey. But one thing I was able to find out about who owned this website, the back end of the website, who was registered to, it was actually registered to a woman named Karen Yuta Raniere. And when this website went up, Karen was not only a very high-ranking member of NXIVM, but she was also at that time the longest-serving member of Keith Raniere's weird group harem of women. And so that, coupled with everything else that I've mentioned, really does lead me, in my opinion, to think that this survey was done by NXIVM and was to bring in the absolute target that Rainier had of young women 18 to 22. And they seemingly were using Smallville and the CW to do this. And there were also a lot of other things and groups that Crook and Mac were involved with that don't get covered at all. And this is why I would really like to do another video, because I honestly haven't seen some of this stuff covered outside of people talking about it on Reddit. And again, like, you're taking people's word for it, but I don't know why these people would lie about it. There were newsletters and other groups online, and it all targeted Smallville fans, young female Smallville fans. And there's a lot of people on Reddit talking about how awful this was for them and how they felt violated, and like some of the ways that they describe like how these newsletters, and there was like all these groups that they were like quite sexualizing, and it's just really, really fucked up. And I again would like to do another video on it, because this would turn into like a 5-hour video if I was going down this path, but these really haven't been covered in the mainstream media. So let me know your thoughts down below, and back to Past Me. So while Rainier had the scummy MLM NXIVM, there were also other groups within NXIVM, the most abhorrent of which was DOS, which was a cult within the cult, where all of the women within DOS were under Keith Rainier's control, and they were all to call him master, and Allison Mack was his right-hand woman. Rainier had Mack recruit other women within NXIVM and outside, and they only allowed these women to eat 500 calories a day. They did all sorts of weird fucked up stuff, like they weren't allowed to like sleep very much, and they would do things like call them and make them like run miles, and get up in the middle of the night and do jumping jacks, and just all these things to really screw with their minds. And they also all had to turn over collateral so that they couldn't speak out or leave DOS, and they would just use it to blackmail them or threaten them. And one of the most fucked up things in everything that they did was that they would brand these women in DOS. And there's even a recording of Rainier and Allison Mack discussing the details and specifics of the branding.
Doing the actual brand, each of the 7 strokes, having a certain ritualization. Maybe each of the strokes has something that's said.
I will play some clips, but it's a whole conversation, so I'll leave the link for the actual entire thread for the entire clip in the sources, along with everything else that I've used to make this video.
So what would have been most meaningful, deep, surrendering, focusing for you?
I think it probably having it whispered in my ear and then me repeating it out loud.
Well, ask the others. It's not all you.
Oh, I thought you were asking me.
No, I said all of you guys who've gone through it.
And no, you didn't mishear. You're not going crazy. He did ask Allison Mack what she thought. He said you. And I know this word gets overused a lot, but this is literally the definition of it. He is gaslighting her and saying, you narcissist. What are you talking about? I asked about what everyone thought, and you should be going to everyone just based on this 30-second conversation. Never mind the bloody subject. I can't imagine what sort of psychological mind games he was playing with all of them, and he just absolutely turns my stomach in every way.
I understand that it's not just me. I'm sweating.
I thought you were asking me. That'd be a great narcissist poster. I thought you were asking me. I thought you were talking about me.
Apart from the odd tweet trying to recruit celebrities, through the mid-2010s, Allison Mack pretty much disappeared. And as I said, not only did she do like a lot of promotion and stuff, and obviously Smallville had been over for years by this stage, but she also used to do tons of like, she had a YouTube channel, she had a website, she had all these different things, and she was pretty active on social media. And it just was like, anytime you would see her every so often, like she would do one little episode of something here. Actually, one of the last things she ever did acting wise was a part in The Following, which was about a cult. And she just seemed like a shell of her former self. And there was actually emails that came out from this time period, like 2015, 2016, because the NXIVM downfall starts at the very end of 2017, the beginning of 2018. And she was actually, and I'll show it on the screen, sending emails to Rainier saying, I really need to be paid because I have no money and I have no income. And she was getting paid for recruiting to NXIVM, and Rainier would like withhold her income and her paycheck if she hadn't delivered the right amount of recruits or certain well-known influential celebrity people that he had her going after. And so she very much had kind of dropped off the face of the earth until everything broke about NXIVM. And at the very end of 2017, the New York Times article came out that went over everything, including the branding, DOS, what it was all about, and it obviously named Mac throughout. I remember reading this New York Times article in my apartment in New Jersey, and I could not believe it. I started like back checking because I was like, this cannot be what this fucking weirdo group was that she was in, and like sending it to my sister who loves Smallville too, and just being in utter shock. Just to be clear, as I mentioned, there were people for years and years talking about this group and it being a cult. And there's even articles that I read like in 2012, the year after Smallville came out. Hyper interest, I like save articles and in old emails and things like that. And there's an article that I'll show on the screen that literally, it is from 2012, and it is talking about NXIVM being a cult, Rainier, like everything that all the investigations hit on is being mentioned in this article. And of course, it doesn't know anything about DOS, but it does go into details about Rainier having all these women around him and how it just came across as super weird, whatever type of relationship they were having, and talking about the women being brainwashed and him doing all of these awful things. It's just crazy that so much of the time there is the information out there. There are people ringing the alarm bells, be it in YouTube videos or in newspapers, magazines, websites that aren't as widely read as the New York Times. And it's why, if you really do deeply dive a lot of stuff, sometimes the answer is there, but it is how difficult is this information to find. And obviously, a lot of people don't have the time or resources to look into a lot of things that they might have a red flag raised. But anyway, that is just something I wanted to mention because it wasn't like nothing was known and then this article came out. It just was the fact that it was in the New York Times, and obviously the New York Times is a huge deal and so widely read. The article came out, and then in January 2018, the FBI issued a warrant for Rainier's email address, and then 1 month later, they issued a warrant for himself. And he decided he was going to go on the run, and he only lasted 1 month. He went to Mexico, and he claimed he was the smartest man alive, that he could control the weather, and he had access to millions through the Bronfmans and NXIVM and all the money he'd taken off other people. And with all of those resources, he got caught because his inner circle could not stay the fuck off Instagram. Nikki Klein, who is an actress who was known for Battlestar Galactica and who was actually married to Allison Mack at this time. Allegedly, it was for a green card, but they were married. And Nikki actually went on Instagram and posted a picture of her in Puerto Vallarta. And of course, the FBI was monitoring all of the NXIVM people, especially his inner circle. And so they all went there. And the reason that they were in the town, and the reason that they were able to find specifically where he was, is because someone recognized Allison Mack from Smallville.
De esta Allison Mack, que la reconocemos por la serie de Smallville, ¿no?
They ended up finding Rainier hiding in a closet in a luxury $10,000 a night villa.
Let's go in the car. We're gonna follow them. Lauren's coming.
When they arrested Rainier, Allison Mack, her wife at the time, Nikki Klein, and the other NXIVM higher-ups that were there with Rainier weren't arrested then, but 2 months later, they came calling. By July 2018, Mack and all of the other higher-ups for NXIVM were arrested, and not too long after Mack's arrest, she turned on Rainier, and people familiar with the situation have said that she kind of snapped back into reality. Allison Mack did turn over an enormous amount of evidence and provided testimony that was very crucial in convicting Rainier. In January 2019, she pleaded guilty to racketeering and racketeering conspiracy and admitted state law extortion and forced labor. Due to COVID, she wasn't actually sentenced until 2021, and by this stage, she was living with her parents again as she'd lost her entire fortune to Rainier and NXIVM. A few days prior to her sentence, Mack released a statement in which she said, NXIVM was the biggest mistake and the greatest regret of her life, and she expressed remorse in regards to the victims of NXIVM. On June 30th, 2021, Mack was sentenced to 3 years in prison and 3 years of probation with 1,000 hours of community service and a $20,000 fine. On September 13th, 2021, Mack reported to the Federal Correctional Institution in Dublin, California, to begin her prison sentence. She was released early on July 3rd, 2023, after serving 1 year, 9 months, and 20 days of her 3-year sentence. So Mack has been out of prison a little over 2 years, and she got engaged and married after leaving prison. But the bigger news is that she is appearing in a podcast interview that will be coming out on November 10th. A lot of places have been reporting that she is launching a podcast, but that's not true. CBC, which is like the Canadian Broadcasting Company, are doing a series about NXIVM, and they have done a NXIVM series themselves before, but this is a limited series called Allison After NXIVM.
And I've been haunted by how much her story blurs the lines between victim and perpetrator.
How do you feel about intimacy? Elicit their discomfort around that and be like, okay, so I have an assignment that's going to push you through that. You're going to seduce somebody, like you're going to seduce Keith.
Of course, people are not happy about this, justifiably so. Lots of negative comments and people saying they don't want to hear from her and they don't want her to have a platform. The series has spoken also to people who know Allison Mack, who knew her before NXIVM, and other NXIVM members who haven't spoken publicly before. The synopsis reads, "You think you know the NXIVM story, the secretive self-help empire, the sex cult headlines, the downfall of its leader, Keith Rainier. But the most famous woman at the center of the story has remained largely silent. Allison After NXIVM tells the story of Allison Mack, former Smallville actress, high-ranking NXIVM member, and convicted felon. With exclusive access following her release from prison, this series traces her astonishing path from Smallville fame to NXIVM's inner circle, and her efforts to rebuild her life in the wreckage. Through raw interviews and revealing conversations with those who knew her before, during, and after NXIVM, this season dives deep into the gray zones of influence, accountability, and redemption." And I'll play some little snippets so you can hear, as they did release a trailer and there's some little lines from Allison Mack in it.
People assume that I'm like this pervert. And I'm like, okay. Like at a certain point, you just stop defending yourself.
I have also noticed it looks like Allison Mack's SEO and Google results and everything has been cleansed a little bit. She did take also classes at UCLA in 2020 before she went to prison. And I don't know how true this is, but I have heard it from several places, but it hasn't been widely reported. But I heard that she was in an online class and it was something to do with women's studies in some way. And the other women in the class apparently said that they were uncomfortable with her being in the class. Clearly, she's doing these interviews to get her side out just based on, I mean, based on everything, but also the little bit that is in the trailer and what they're saying in the synopsis. But I also think she is, of course, probably using this as a feeler to see if there is any path back to the public arena. As I said, she knows nothing else. This is all she's ever done. I'm sure she makes a decent living from her even just Smallville residuals, because I know people that were on WB and CW shows around a similar time to Smallville, and they still get very healthy residual checks. Residuals and streaming and everything is so different now, but shows from that time period, they can still be very, very healthy checks multiple times a year, and they will go up those checks if it's something like an anniversary, or like there was a Blu-ray that came out in, I think it was 2021, because it was 20 years of Smallville, something like that. They will be getting a bump from their checks for that as well. And this might be a bit deep divey, but there was a video of Allison Mack that a paparazzi took after she'd got out of prison, and she's coming out of a store. And I can't show you the video because the paparazzi had on the thing, don't share this video unless you license it. And I'm not licensing a video from a paparazzi for 2 seconds of footage, but I'll leave it linked in the sources. And the paparazzi is so close to Allison Mack that she has her Visa card in her hand, and you can read that it says personal funds Allison Mack. And knowing actors, and I'm sure there's tons of other people that do this, especially people with lots of money, that they will have an account that's personal funds for the actor when they want to go to Starbucks or Target or whatever. And so the fact that she still has an account like that, and I would conclude she still has accountants and things, there's still very healthy paychecks coming in. And also from what I've been told from people in a similar-ish position and their residual checks, obviously she had to pay a lot of legal expenses and she had a 20K fine and all of these things, but she definitely is still earning via Smallville. Hi guys, editing Ash and G here. I am just jumping in to say I'm about to tell a story about when Michael Rosenbaum said he last saw and spoke to Allison Mack. And in this clip, I say, I think there's more to this story. And I definitely think there's more to this story now because I just found a clip that provides a bit more context, I think. So I'm going to let past me tell the story because I want you to know something else is coming, but I want you to have the context of the story before I tell you the rest. So I hope that's not too confusing, but I'll be back in a second to tell you the rest. Michael Rosenbaum has told a story about the last time he saw Allison Mack, and I do think there's more to this story because he says she came to his house with her friends and he hadn't seen her in years, and he makes it sound like she just showed up. And this was like years after Smallville. So Michael Rosenbaum said she came over with her friends and he felt like when she came into his house, she was a different person. He said that he felt like she owned his house and she just started taking out like pots and pans and cooking, and said that her and her friends were hungry. And it was just like a super bizarre experience. And then he said that one of the guys that was with her was super nasty and like aggressive. And he expected Allison to jump in and be like, oh, no, he doesn't mean it. I'm so sorry. Because he always had the experience of her being this sweet person. He eventually got her and her friends to leave. And a few days later, he got a text from her saying, oh, sorry about the other night. He said he just couldn't get over what a different person she seemed. I do think Tom Welling and Michael Rosenbaum are approaching Allison Mack and her character on Smallville in a pretty good way on the Rewatch podcast, probably the best they can, because it's not like me sitting in my house and I am the judge, jury, and executioner on what goes in my videos, but they have like a whole network and people and everything behind them. But they do still address, sometimes like they'll make little jokes and things, but they still talk about her character and they don't shy away from talking about her performance and things like that on the show. And I'm sure there is some sort of, you know, feelings and all of that with a little bit of what they're saying. I do think Michael Rosenbaum, he does make comments here and there about her, but Tom Welling doesn't really say that much. And I mean, that makes sense. Like, he worked with her for 10 years and it was just them that were on the show the whole time. They were the only two who were there from the beginning to the end. They even praise her acting and stuff like that on the podcast. And I've seen posts from people saying, oh, Allison Mack's out of prison now, they should have her on the show. I don't see that happening anytime soon. Okay, so we have the context of this is apparently the last time he saw Allison Mack, and he had a text message exchange with her that it seems like the last time that they spoke. So when I was like pulling clips and things for this video, like most of my regular viewers know, like I am still researching up to the minute that I released a video, basically. And I was like, oh, I wonder what the last appearance was like of Allison Mack. And I think I remembered that it was at this Paris convention in 2017. So I went and found a clip of her on stage and I was listening to it, and she actually gets asked about Michael Rosenbaum's podcast, Inside of You. Keep in mind, this is October 2017. This panel convention is taking place. And in November 2017 is when the New York Times piece came out and everything went crazy with NXIVM and DOS and the downfall. But it was very known if you in any way followed Smallville, knew about this NXIVM thing. Again, like I'm sure a lot of people outside of Smallville fans like had no clue about it or knew nothing about it. But even when I was saying earlier, like I knew about it 15 years ago, and you're obviously taking my word for that, but I also found YouTube comments where literally people in the YouTube comments are like, this is a cult because it's on videos of Kristen Crook and Allison Mack promoting NXIVM. And I talked about that earlier, but just again, to keep in mind that this was being talked about. Allison Mack is asked if she's heard of Inside of You. She says yes. And then she says in October 2017 that next month she is going to be a guest on the podcast. And I find that very interesting because I have never heard that before.
I am doing an episode of Michael's podcast in November, right before Thanksgiving. So that's the answer to the first question. Yes, I will be on, and it's more than in probably about 4 or 5 weeks is when I'll be doing that.
And the story that Michael Rosenbaum told, it would be kind of strange if that was your interpretation, like you were uncomfortable and you wanted them out and, you know, the way they left things. He does his podcast in person. It's in a studio. I even think the studio is in his house, and they're sitting there usually for like an hour and a half. So that is interesting to me. The way that she phrases the answer, she's like, I'm going to do the podcast next month. Either she's going to shoot it or it's being released. I think it's more likely that she's going to shoot it in November, but oh my God, how interesting if there was some like lost Allison Mack interview with Michael Rosenbaum out there. Again, I don't think that's the case, but these celebrities do usually shoot things really, really far in advance whenever they have, especially like podcasts. A lot of them, I know Talkville, they batch film too, but it's not like I'm literally sitting in my house on Monday, the 3rd of November, even though I said earlier, I'm trying to release this yesterday. This is going to come out today. They don't do it that way. They have editors and producers and all these people. So they will shoot something. And if they shot it in November, it might not come out till like January or February. I mean, I just found it interesting anyway that they were going to have this episode. And people might be like, oh, you can't trust what she says, but she's saying it on stage in a Smallville convention. Like, I don't think she'd be that dumb to say it, because one thing is if no episode came out in 6 months, I mean, an episode didn't come out, but I think people realized why, that, you know, people who were at that panel would be like, I thought you were having her on the show. So again, very, very interesting. So just wanted to provide that because I didn't see it talked about anywhere. Let me know your thoughts. And back to Past Me. It just still blows my mind that someone can have a career and things that people dream about. I do think her level fame and success is one of like the perfect scenarios because she was famous, well known. She got paid extremely well. You know, she's on a beloved show that she could have done conventions and rewatch podcasts and directed on the CW, guest starred on the CW, all of that. But it wasn't like she was being paparazzied and hunted down in the street. I mean, now, yes, but she had that perfect, I mean, nothing's perfect, but you know what I mean? From the outside, it looks like a desirable level of fame. It's not Jennifer Aniston level, but not only did she just throw it all away, but she went and did these awful, horrendous things and hurt so many people. And not only did she throw it all away, she went on to do horrendous things and harm so many people. I have some really fun videos planned for the rest of this month, November and December, covering some fun shows, maybe even some strange things for the end of this month. If you want to see Baby G, Queen G, in her Halloween costume yesterday, or her Halloween bandanas, or her Halloween sweater, then I'll leave her and my Instagram below because she has really outdone herself this year. Let me know all of your thoughts on Smallville, Allison Mack, this podcast that's coming out, and if you want me to cover it. If you made it to the end, thank you so much for watching. Leave MVP below so I can thank you. I've left, as I said, my social media, my Patreon, G's social media, and everything else with the sources in the pinned comment and description box. G and I will be back very soon with another video. Thank you so much for watching. And as always, make sure to stay safe, take care of yourselves, and I hope to see you in the next one. Bye, guys.
you.